Hello, everybody. Give me a minute. Just need to get my shit straightened out here. Okay. Just that. Hello, everybody. Give me a minute. Okay, so my audio is working. I have 204 people. That's sweet. I love that. Thank you for all the new people. Dismiss that. Go channel content. The dumb way you have to go through all this crap just to get to where I want to go. Oh, not this. Go here. No. Damn. Okay, give me half a minute. There. There. Customize. That's what I want. Turn off the live reactions. Save. Sorry, guys. I gotta turn those live reactions off. I do not care for them. They are annoying to me. They get my way if I need to uh, like see the chat of a last incoming message. Not today, Christopher. Maybe this weekend. I get my new headset tomorrow, which will guarantee that hopefully I do not lose my audio while talking. It's an issue I've been having with this headset, so I get my new headset tomorrow. Hopefully they deliver it. They're supposed to deliver it tomorrow. Whether they actually do or don't, that depends on the post office. So hopefully I get my new headset tomorrow, and this weekend I'll do some red line as probably as Alex. But I've got a bit of a head cold, so I've got a headache, and my sinuses are I'm going to be muting the mic off and on because I'll be sneezing a lot. And I've got a bit of what they call a head cold or a summer cold. It's basically my air conditioning had it blowing on myself too much, and it gave me a bit of a head cold. So I will not be streaming for very long tonight. So I didn't want to get into red line and then find out I just couldn't, too much going on, and it just, it makes my head hurt. I'm just going to be quitting out of it. So I decided to do something a little less mentally taxing. So we're doing some hunting, and I might play Bigfoot. But look, I got a doggo. Look at the doggo. Hello. Forget how to... I gotta look and see. Okay. Hunting dog. You have an even more loving... Okay, unlock. Okay. Sixth sense. Higher chance of sensing animal. Unlock. It's not what I wanted, but it works. What I wanted was this. Compass hunting HUD. There's stuff you can do with the animal. Is it key bindings? I want key bindings. Move, strafe, coggle. Crouch prone. Aim like so. Reload his R. H is holster weapon. Toggle scope. Headlamp. Okay. Scope, scope, scope. Interactive cameras. P. Equip hunter no. Solo weapons. Whistle is Z. Quick switch. Place for hide all animal clues. Vehicles. UI. Where's the pet commands? Trophy lodge. No, we don't do that. I forget how to do the dog. Oh, geez, auto walk. I didn't realize I could do that. Later, Christopher. Thank you for stopping by. Look at the dog. His name's Jonathan. I like him. What is the... give me half a second. B. Okay, B. All right. See, I can make him track, I can heal, I can praise him. Stay, lay down, track, heal. Okay, let's go. Map, where are we at now? What are we supposed to be doing? Oh yeah, supposed to be going there for mission objective. Campsite listed on the map. As you can tell, guys, I'm snotting and coughing and a bit of a headache. I'm drinking orange juice to bring my vitamin C count up, my vitamins up, and taking fever reducers, and probably gonna have to take a my brain just completely went dead on me. I'm probably gonna have to take some yeah, quail. What was hide commands? Interface key binds. Oh, you. Okay. Show. Now what we're doing right now is we're in Louisiana, and actually what we're dealing with is the locals are screwing with a kids' camp, making them screw shit and everything, and screwing up the hunting, and it's supposed to be after a flood, and we're in here checking on stuff to see like people aren't doing anything crooked. And of course, what it is a bunch of good old boys screwing with kids. And when I say good old boys, I don't mean that in the in the pleasant way. Good old boys is reference to old guard Southern separatists and segregationists and stuff like that. You know, city people should stay out of the country, that kind of crap. You know, a city kid shouldn't be coming out here for the summer, it's ours, you know, they all do is make noise and break stuff and carry on, which isn't anywhere near true half the time. If they just let the kids be kids, there would usually be no problems. Nothing? You are a bloodhound, I know. Is locals have been like pretending to be scary witches, backwoods witches and shit. So, but of course scares the kids. These are like city kids, and you know. Hey, Perseus. I want to get a raccoon so bad. I don't know why. What's bad is I'm using a muzzle loader with a scope, and it's not what you use to hunt. There we are. That's what I should be using to hunt raccoon. But so yeah, we're out trying to, you know, find out and protect the property, the lady that we work for, and she's got, you know, the supposed nice people. And they... Now, they won't come out and say it in the game, but these guys are all probably a bunch of backwoods idiot redneck types. You know, our land, our rules. Typical crap for country. I grew up around it. I'm just hunting anything, really. What I'm doing right now, technically, is exploring this map to get enough. That gray fox. I would love to get a fox. So what we're supposed to be doing is getting to here. See, what we've been dealing with so far is we had an alligator and some dumbass trying to hunt the alligator. Then we had we had the claiming, you know, this old lady trying to claim that she needed these heaters for her big game club, and they had 4 of them. And the I named it after Clutch Lowcat's character in Redline, actually, Officer Jonathan. But this lady here is my boss. Can I? I did not make myself here, and I forgot to do this. But so, what we're doing for this lady is we're going around and we're hunting for stuff. Figure out why the locals are screwing with this woman's camp, which is currently what's happening. Is some locals are going around telling kids that, hey, be careful out in the woods. You know, there's witches, telling stories about witches and shit, and scaring the kids. So we're supposed to go out and find where, you know, what's going on with that. by going to these locations, which what I'm trying to do right now. Meanwhile, I gotta do my 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 what do you call it? God, my brain is just dead in the water. Sorry, I'm dealing with a head cold, so I'm a little like foggy, slow mentally. But so this lady has us going and doing stuff like you see here. Right now we're looking at these campsites where these kids were given a map of where the witches were supposedly from. And we're just supposed to go in there and find out, like, what's going on. And of course I'm hunting for boar and gator. And that does not sound like a raccoon. You wouldn't think that'd be a raccoon. But it's a raccoon. And Jonathan's going berserk back there. Come on, Jonathan. Come on, we gotta get to that campsite. We got Gray Fox running away. I know, I'm being real noisy right now. But, yeah, hopefully tomorrow the post office delivers my new headset. Well, hey, I've heard raccoons, and they do sound like that. We had raccoons on our property, and we heard that noise occasionally. But you don't hear it as often as they use it in the game. They use it a lot in the game. Which, what is that? I swear I just saw something moving up here in that fog. In the mist that they had. So now this is in Louisiana. So you got gators, boar, swamp deer, antelope, and a bunch of other animals. Plus quail and whatever else people have let free. Well, I haven't had gator. See, I have a problem. I worry that... Yeah, see, we got bobtail. I would love to try to get bobwhite quail, but I am not quick enough with this mouse and keyboard to shoot a quail. See, I have an issue. I don't know whether or not I'd be allergic. I'm allergic to all seafood, all fish, all shellfish. Anything that lives and breeds in the water, I tend to have problems with. So I never had gator. I would love to try some, but I don't want to. I would love to try it, but finding it where you can just buy a single piece to try, it's not. The expense isn't worth the effort. If you get my drift, I don't have any. I don't live with anybody else. I don't have anybody else I could give it to. There's no. I have no significant other at the moment. No family in the area. Gators aren't mammals, they're lizards. But they are they're a sea. I have never eaten lizard of any kind. I've never had rattlesnake, I've never had gator, never had iguana, I've never had any of the like random I've never had any of the random lizards people eat. I've never had them. So my worry is because they are a primarily a water animal, it's the iodine in fish, in seafood. Like fish oil, I can't touch fish oil. I break out in hives. Can't have it. Pisses my doctors off because I can't take vitamin E. I can't take stuff that has a lot, like the good cholesterol. I can't do the good cholesterol because most of the good cholesterol sets off my allergies. Like, put me in the hospital, sets off my allergies. So they're all like, oh, you need to eat more fish. Sure, so you're telling me to commit suicide. And they're like, what? No, huh? What? Huh? No, we didn't say that. Yes, you did. You told me to eat fish. Give me a second, I gotta clean my glasses. I got something on my glasses. So I'm like, okay, I can physically touch freshwater fish, right? I cannot touch shellfish anymore. That's since I was 18. I cannot touch seafood, a saltwater fish, since I was 18. When I hit my late 20s, it got even worse with regular, like, I could eat tuna, which was weird. I couldn't handle seafood, but I mean handle as in pick up and carry, which killed me working in a lot of kitchens. So I could not physically touch seafood. Beaver's gamey. Beaver's not altogether good eating. Neither is skunk, but I've had it. You just gotta be. It's gotta be prepared properly. You gotta get rid. You gotta get them from a breeder who breeds them specifically for food. Am I wrong, or does that look like a cat's face? It's like, am I? And it happens. Like somebody put a design in the goddamn. Looks like a snapping turtle this way, or a cat, or a Pikachu maybe. But it's the same pattern. There. They just put the same pattern. It's like, seriously, like, graphics. Like, I gotta move off that. It's gonna bug me. Most meat tastes fine. Beaver, skunk, all raccoon, squirrel, all of them are edible. All of them are fine to eat. You just have to prepare them properly. Well, they eat a thing called muskrat, and another thing called a rabbit. Maybe a rabbit. You're right. So I was thinking Pikachu, maybe. That or you got muskrat. People eat muskrat. People eat nutria-rat, which is a South American rat that was brought into the Americas in specific Louisiana to kill a moth or butterfly that they got brought in on boats. And isn't natural to the area, had no natural predators. They brought in these nutria-rats. Nutria-rats don't, they're rats, they're rodents. They're gonna go for the easy meal. They're not gonna go for the. So you take a rodent out of the jungles and plunk it down in the city. It's not gonna eat the bugs you want it to eat. It's gonna eat the trash. And we also found out they were turning like the sewers and underground stuff into dens and stuff and undermining buildings. It was just a shit show. It's typical counter. It was an unintentional. It's like the pigeons in New York. Pigeons in New York were brought in and they destroyed sparrow nests, I think. So they brought in animals the other birds that killed pigeons. Well, those other animals didn't kill the pigeons. They killed the native birds because the native birds weren't used to them. What do they call it when you bring in invasive species? Countering an invasive species with another invasive species never works. Like in the falcons. They brought in falcons to eat pigeons, and the falcons went after like starlings and everything else. Oh, we got a black bear at a trot. How long ago? It doesn't tell me. So he went off that way. Okay. So yeah, we humans have tried the whole counter species thing on a number of occasions, and it always fails miserably. The only time it's worked is when humans had wiped out the coyote population in Pennsylvania and like New Jersey and New York, right? So they brought in, and the deer population was starting to get really bad out of hand. Like hunting was not reducing the deer population enough in PA, New Jersey. So they reintroduced coyotes. And the coyotes started having problems with the wild dogs, you know, people's pets that had gotten away from them, or that they just released. There was a place in the Poconos of New Jersey and Appalachians in New Jersey that I used to go to for Ren fairs and live action role playing games at Boy Scout camp, where on a number of occasions we were not allowed to leave the cabins because like a 20 animal, like a pack of wild dogs, and we're not talking like proper wild dogs, we're talking like people's pets that have gotten away and never come home and learned to live on their own. Well, they have no fear of men. They get to a certain point, like they get like above 3 or 4 dogs, and they start attacking people. I've been chased down here in Louisiana, where people's pets have gotten away after hurricanes and shit, and they've never gotten them back. After Katrina, like, all right, there's a place called West Bank. It's not really the West Bank. It's actually the South Bank. But you know, this is Louisiana. They can't tell directions very well. It's what they call it the West Bank. It's where I originally moved to when I moved down here in 2012. Well, this area is mostly residential, a lot of suburbs, but a lot of the suburbs are not, I don't call them abandoned, but they aren't heavily populated. Like there's a number of, like, there's a good chance like 1 or 2 houses along a block are not occupied because the family just never came home after Katrina. Or they died in Katrina. And then, of course, COVID hit and everything. We're starting to have wild dog problems again. In 2012, when I was living in Gretna, Louisiana, and working in Kenner at the local Target in Kenner, Louisiana, I got chased on several occasions by a pack of dogs that roamed an area between where I was living, my apartment building, and where I worked. Because dogs don't, like, domesticated dogs don't fear people. So if they go wild, which is a misnomer, not really wild, they're feral. If they go feral, meaning they are not living in a home with people, they're roaming around as a pack, they will attack people and children to eat. Because they know people carry food. I could be jogging along here, but while I'm talking and walking, I don't like to do running. Also, I'm trying to limit my noise. On the off chance while I'm walking along the road, like something comes out. Like here, we got some white-tailed deer. And the white-tailed deer down here are fucking tiny. Like, I ride my bike along a path kind of like this. And I've come across, like, local quote-unquote white-tailed deer. They're swamp deer. They're tiny. I'm just scanning the horizon. So yeah, it's always a problem after like storms or major like after COVID. They had a huge problem with roaming packs of dogs and in a lot of places, not just here. Where am I at? Okay, so I'm not that far off. What's that there? I don't know if bite size is the right word, but where he run? Bite size. They're freaking. They're alright. If my dad saw the deer down here, he would make comments about how my uncle Roger, would have no problems hunting them because it would be his standard size kill. My one uncle Roger got picked on a bunch for like a good decade, actually, because the 2 times he got deer during hunting season when he was hunting with my dad and my uncles when they were off, and he's my Uncle Roger, but he's not my Uncle Roger. He's a family friend. We just called him Uncle Roger. You know, grew up across the street from my mom and her brothers. My dad, was a friend of my dad's for decades. Came over to the house. He was just Uncle Roger. You know, he was the uncle who was not family. He's as close as family could be, like their entire family. Called his mom, she was, auntie. She was just another auntie. And, well, my uncle Roger, twice he got a button buck. Not both were within legal limits. Both of them had enough of a nub on their antlers to get away. There, he wouldn't get a fine, wouldn't lose his license, but twice. And it was like he was just starting to not get shit. Because the damn things were the size of dogs, like large, like they're probably not much taller than this dog, and they were small. And I made a joke when I first got down here.
What the hell is that noise? Is this what the kids were hearing? See if you can find what's causing it.
Yeah, it's over here.
Is that a goddamn tape player?
Yep.
How'd they get that up there? Find some way to shut it off. I can't hear myself think and I'm not even there.
Oh, we'll shut it off.
Finally. Okay, let's focus here. That tape sounded damaged, but I get what they were going for. Not hard to imagine a bright-eyed 6th grader hearing it and thinking witches. We're right by the river. This was actually one of the worst hit areas. Floodwater crested at over 20 feet. So the tape player must have gotten a real submerging, in spite of the best efforts of the person who placed it. There's no way they could have climbed up that high without access to tools. Let's see if we can find anything.
I just looked in there, ain't nothing there.
Locked, as it should be. We usually hide the keys in plain sight, inside hollow rocks. Not like we usually have to worry about burglars in rural Mississippi anyway. I don't remember where we put this one, but it's probably close by.
California. Oh, there it is.
That's it. grab the key.
How do I grab the key? How do I grab the key? Oh,
Just as I suspected, a ladder. So the person who did this knew where to find the key and knew they'd find a ladder in here. That means we're dealing with either Camp Haven staff or someone from the big game club, since we tend to use the same facilities. Hey, didn't Betty say she broke her neck recently? I have my suspicions, but our evidence is still circumstantial at best. Let's do some more digging. There was another spot on the map not far from where you are now. I'll mark it on your hunter mate.
well, that's what this gun's for. 50 caliber. Actually, they're muzzleloaders are actually 58 calibers, but especially if they're Zouave based. But what was I saying? So yeah, my uncle, yeah, well, they were out. I don't know if they were out for buck season or what. They were hunting. I think they were hunting buck. And the first time he shot at a like 10-point buck, it moved at the last second, and it clipped a button buck that happened to be standing behind it. Still had a few white spots on it. My uncle was freaking out because if you shoot a yearling or a fucking turkey. But if you shoot a yearling or a fawn, you can lose your license. Excuse me there for a second. I had to sneezing fit. But yeah, if you shoot a yearling or a fawn, you can lose your license in New Jersey and PA. So he was freaking out about that. The second time, I think he hit it thinking it had a taller antlers than it really did. But they were tiny. They couldn't have weighed more than like 40, 50 pounds. So we got, the first one, my dad, oh my God. I remember the first time it happened. My dad was an evil, I go by Darkkthought. Like, I've been told, okay. Now, I've been asked this before, and I'll explain it again. I'll probably explain it later on down the road, too. My nickname comes from the mid-90s when we were first starting out with usernames and chat room names and shit like that for Yahoo Chat, AIM, all those messenger systems. And I got a suggestion from a girl I hung out with because I was pissing and moaning about having no clue what to call myself on the internet, and because nobody used their real name back then. Nobody went by their real names. We were all, we were still coming off of the whole, it was the 90s. Everybody had to have a cool nickname online. We all had to be something like Razor, or come on. We had the movie Hackers as a basis for usernames. You had, all the time in the news you were seeing stuff about some hacker getting caught doing something or getting away with something, and they had some cool username. And that's what made them so, oh my God, they're so, they weren't they weren't like some of the ones you see now, which are just seriously lame. You know, like, so I'll finish my why I went by go by Darkkthought. So the girl said I should go by Darkkthought. I go, why Darkkthought? And she said, well, because you have a really twisted sense of humor and turn. Like your brain has a very twisted. You tend to go very dark when you do your humor. When you get humor, like if you pull practical jokes on somebody, you do something. It's usually kind of evil. I'm like, okay, I can see that. And she goes, and you gotta spell it with 2 K's. I go, why 2 K's? Even I was just like, why? Other than for the effect. And she goes, no, 2nd K's for kink. And I'm like, all right. Because, she was cute, and I was into her, and it worked. So for the longest time, originally, I was Lord Darkkthought. It was just, it was even Lord or Lady. I was in a freaking early, we were, like, I ran around with people in the chat rooms named, like, Dolphin Moon, and, Effervescent Sunshine, and shit like that, so, and it was always, like, Lady this and Lord that, and, so it's like, yeah, Lord Darkkthought was my original, I think, MSN chat room mod name. And then I just dropped the Lord thing because it just came across as, and the Lord thing actually came as a second. It was from my old gamer friends. In high school, I was called the Lord of the Nerds. It was I don't know if they still do this. It was done for a number of decades. I don't know if they still do this. I know it wasn't done while I was still in high school anymore because I refused to participate. But at one point in time, the seniors used to pass down titles to incoming freshmen. Class before you would pass their title down to the next person. And well, when I started school, their Lord of the Nerds was graduating that year. So in a fucking assembly, they tried to hand me a paper crown that said Lord of the Nerds on it, and I refused to accept it. And for 3 fucking years, I refused to participate. So I refused. So my friends used to jokingly call me Lord of the Nerds. I was the one that organized all our, all the hangouts and, the gaming sessions, and I was the one who got everybody in. I wasn't the leader of the group. I was not our leader, but I was the driving force behind. Dudes, you want to hang out Friday? Want to hang out Thursday? Hey, anybody? You guys working on this weekend? Let's go to the Ren Fair. Let's go to, this place, that place. I was the driving force behind us hanging out. Which disappeared somewhere along the line for me. I stopped wanting to hang out with people. Especially after I got rid of my license, I stopped wanting to hang out because all of a sudden I was the organizer, but people would bail. Because I wasn't going to be the one picking them up and driving them everywhere. I no longer had my dad to, drive us places. Or access, because I gave up my license. I just said, I'm done with this. I'm done with paying for the bills. I'm done with trying to keep my cars on the road. I'd rather ride a bicycle everywhere anyway. Anyway, so, it was an inside joke with my friends, Lord of the Nerds. And then it just got shortened to the Lord. Like, friends would call you, like, they would ask, hey, is the Lord going to be there? I'm like, he's already here, dude. He's the one who told everybody to get here at, like, a certain time. Oh, yeah. I'll be there. Is the Lord there? Is he bitching already because everybody's late? Like, yeah, of course he's bitching because everybody's late because he, but then I told people to be someplace at a certain time. I expect you to show up at a certain time. That's, being polite. That's, proper, polite behavior. Freaking raccoon. That's what you do in polite society. You say you're going to show up somewhere at a certain time, you show up somewhere at a certain time. So, in the beginning of my internet career, I was the Lord or Lord Darkkthought. And yeah, I know it sounds like a dog or a dog racing.
That's...
Freaking Christ.
It's a lot cleaner this time. Let's find the tape player.
So, where is this fucking thing? Oh, there it is. So here, I dropped the horse and just went on it being dark.
I guess they gave up on the whole ladder thing. Can you switch it off? Does it say anything on the tape? AGM minutes, Jan 2020. Try playing the B-side.
We fear a continued decline in membership and monetary intake should the club fail to secure adequate whitetail hunting grounds. Come on, boys, while we're young. Next item on the agenda, Wright Bingham's proposal, reestablishment of Camp Haven Summer Camp. This ought to be good. What you got for us, Mr. Bingham?
So, the tape was the big game clubs, and they were planning something to do with Camp Haven. I wish I could say I was surprised, but I still don't get... They terrorized kids just to get back at me? And what about all the other stuff? The
Yes,
haters
Corey,
and
I
the
am.
hater chasing. Oh, speak of the devil. Better pick up.
Hey, Sugar, can I trouble you for another favor? There's been a power outage over by my brother's office. He's working on our accounts and all the papers are there, so we can't wait. Can you head over there and see what's transpired? Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bingo. This could be our chance. Keep in contact with Betty. See if you can get her to trust you. I'll call you back in a little while.
Right, back to the thing. So, we had, like, you know, we're the reasons why you guys have stupid, like, numbers after your names and shit. Anyway, also, we had AOL, we had America Online, so every other week we were creating new usernames and shit because you only had to use of so long, and it was expensive. The internet was expensive back then. Anyway, so just as I could not believe some of these stupid usernames I've seen in my life. Like, especially from gamers. But the gamers that that bother me are the, like, 16-year-olds who have these names like Blastmaster Come Queen something or other. 90. And I'm not joking. I actually had to deliver food to from a restaurant. Had to go into a restaurant and collect the food. Had to go to a hotel in 2019, winter of 2019, before COVID hit, where they were having a gaming convention, like a video game collection. I was delivering it to probably some 16-year-old who got paid more than I made in a year to make sure his can of Monster was facing the right way on a YouTube video, which is why I have such an, like, why you will never see me do you won't see me do like a face cam, because I disdain that whole thing, like product placement and all that shit, because of kids like the 16-year-olds who get like money contracts. Yeah, if I got the offer, I wouldn't do. Like, I've thought about reaching out and doing a sponsorship. But yeah, like these kids with these like completely inappropriate usernames. Ordering food using their gamer tag. And it's some vulgar, just, I'm an adult, but I'm not gonna say that to some, and a note on the with a note in the order. Please request my room by my username. I am a gamer. I demand I demand to be called by my gamer tag. And it was some 16-year-old kid. And I'm 40 freaking 7. But no, I wasn't 47 at the time. I would have been 40. I'm 45 years old. I'm not walking into a hotel and saying, yeah, I've got an order here for Spank Masters Blasters Mommy Tit Sucker 500. I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing it. I don't care how much you're paying. Your $5 tip is not worth me embarrassing myself like that. So I just walked up to the counter and showed the lady at the front desk the phone, because I knew I was not allowed up to the room. He wanted it delivered to his room as well, like frickin' room service. And we don't do that in most hotels anymore. So I show up, I show the phone to the counter, and I'm like, she's like, so who's your food? And I'm like, I'm delivering food for room, what's the name? What's the name on the account? And I'm like, I'm not saying it, I'll show it to you. I showed the lady the phone, and this girl couldn't have been more than like 25, 30 max. And she's like, oh no, this bullshit is gonna stop. And I'm gonna go over here. Where am I going? Oh, there. Okay, so I can go back there and cross there, because I think there's a boat thing there. I know there's a boat thing here. Why isn't it marked on the map? So I show the lady the phone, right? Turn it and point it at her, and she goes, oh, we're not having this no more. This little shit thinks he's, Couldn't have been, the kid probably was like 16, away from home, and like making, like, I don't know, I gotta go back this way. Making like weird ass demands for his food, right? So she calls up this is Mr. And he had some like super lame common name, like John Smith level. I won't even pull it out. I'm not using his real username too. It's the ones I'm saying are super absurd. They're exaggerations of what his name was, but not by much. So, oh wait, I leveled up. Mission skill points. What can I get? Nah, like that. So, what perks do I have? Do I have 6 perks? Whoa, I have 6 spent, but do I have any to spend? I have no perks to spend. Okay. So now it's real, but the absurd ones I'm saying are really close to. Like what his was. And she calls him, and he has some like really common stupid name like Sean or Joe or something like that. And he comes, and she tells him, "Yes, Mr. You're going to need to change your username on your Uber Eats account, or you will no longer be allowed to receive food at this location." Meaning, anybody who showed up with food for him would be immediately told to leave the premises. Piggy. Oh, I have a few different guns now and scopes. I just haven't bothered. Like, I wanted to get the muzzle loader. What I really wanted to get was the bow. Which was that one? No. Yeah, I have this one. Was it 3? Oh, yeah. I want to try the bow. I've yet to get anything with the bow. So, yeah, this kid comes down and he's all like, yeah, obviously like so much younger than me. And I'm standing next to it, and I go, I'm gonna go wait over here by the chair. She goes, no, stay right here. So she has me stand next. Wait for this kid to, and she's standing there with her arm like super mom pose, just staring the kid down. And she goes, by the way, if you do not change your profile name on Uber Eats, I'm going to report this. I'm going to report what the name of your username is to your sponsor. I know you do not go by that name around your sponsor. That is your alt account. We note your alt account. That's your, because like most kids nowadays, they have a regular gamer account, and then they have their troll account. The one they go and be dicks to people on. They don't show their face. They use vocal, like a voice changer, like I have for doing Alex. Oh, I have multiple scopes and stuff. I just haven't bothered much with looking at the different guns too far. I've just been doing the random maps and completing missions, and I don't play this game often enough to really go in depth into it. Getting the bow was a big thing for me, though. I really wanted to do bow. And the arrows I've got on it right now should be good for boar. Oh, yeah, no. Corey, this kid has got... He probably like 19, 20 now, but he was like 16. So he had like 2 separate accounts. He had his, he had his one where he created a YouTube account and gotten himself sponsored, and he's going and doing tournaments and shit under one name. And then on the other one, he goes and he trolls players. Goes on to Hot Dog told me what they call that. But you go on to like level 1. Like you're a obviously a high-end player playing on a level 1 server, and just trolling players and being completely obnoxious and vulgar and shit. And they find it funny to also attach those to their their Facebook account, not a Facebook, they're like their Uber Eats or a Facebook account maybe. But they use it to troll on Facebook or Twitter or wherever else they got to be little douchebags on. Well, the whole thing is sponsors don't want that shit. So these kids will try real hard to hide those accounts. And getting caught, because you're talking a shit ton of money. You're talking like these kids get like $5,000 every time they pick a can of Monster up and drink from it. Or Arizona iced tea or whatever energy drink or sponsor they've got. Oh yeah, dude. Call of Duty was bad. You want to talk like being like just torn to shreds. World of Warcraft Barons chat. God, people don't, we were vicious. I was vicious. I did shit I played, now, alright. as Alex, yes, I play a female character because it's not fun as in like, haha, I'm trolling dudes. It's fun as in it's a different kind of role playing. You have to try. You can't. I can't be a dude. I have to try to play a girl. So that means I have to like, and I have to do it. I don't try to do it. Like I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it to be wrong. I'm trying to be like I want to come across as much as a girl as I can. Meaning I'm actively like looking up like mentalities and personas of women to make a more original or that's not the right word, not original, honest and true like female character. I'm trying to trying to seem female as my character. Where the crap am I? Well, if I turn around and go that way, I can get to the save point. So let's go that way. Yeah, I'm not like somebody I've been asked like a couple of times, why'd you why are you playing a girl? Because it's different. It's fun. Why you gotta play a douchebag? You know, like why? Like, is that really how you are? Oh no, dude, I'm the nicest guy ever. I'm like, I know you are. So, like, you know, there's plenty of people who play. Like, I know for a fact. That's wrong. I don't do this. I know for a fact, Atlanta is not a. He is a car head, but he's not going to go and build like super cars, like super monster trucks and shit. I want to use the. I want to see where this fucker is. You boy almost got shot. Like, Atlanta isn't going out in monster trucks and destroying people's houses and cars. He's not robbing banks. That's just the character he plays. We're over here somewhere. They're going to be down that wallow area. But, so, alright, back to my point. It's, I play, like, when I used to do, like, alright, so, with most MMORPGs I've played, early on I decided I'm going to play a female character. Why? Because I'd rather stare at a girl's ass for hours on end than a dude's ass for hours on end. I am a heterosexual male. I like looking at girls' asses. And some of the animation for them is really nice. So, yeah, Zazel gets himself to a bit of a problem sometimes, though, because he has been known to take his in-game out-of-game. Like, and it's one of the reasons why in Redline they got rid of the gang Discords. We're not allowed to have a Discord for our gang members anymore. They've got to be in, like, there's a channel in the Redline Discord that you join a gang. You join that channel in the Redline Discord so that it can be monitored, because it got a little out of hand. There was people thinking there was real bullshit going on between people Same with Battery and Rai Rai. Same with a whole bunch of people. Like, you know, it got bad. People forgot they're just characters. But so when I used to play a game called Arc Age, we had a griefer, a person who at level 80 was coming into the level 10 areas and killing low B players who were just trying to earn enough and do the daily quest to make some money so that we could level up and go to the higher level areas. Called them griefers. Well, one side of the group, one side of the, and it was really bad. The bad guys were the ones who had problems with griefers. If you look at the storyline of the world, the bad guys had the guys who were all kinds of neat and were nice people and cool. Like we would be considered, we had the demon, the Warborn, and the split off factions and all that shit. We were supposedly the bad guys in the storyline. Same thing happened in WoW. Like the Horde had all the nice players, and what it is that, and I've seen this in I don't know how many games, especially outside of tabletop. When tabletop went to the internet and became like online gaming, and even live action role playing, players who we call them dungeon trolls, griefers. Players who abuse the rules to do stuff. Like, nope, wrong gun. Like, I've dealt with it. I've been playing video games, live action role-playing games, some form of tabletop role-playing game or social role-playing game for 40 plus years. And there have always been griefers. They call them griefers now. We used to call them dungeon trolls. We call them, rules lawyers and shit like that. There's a number of names for them. But these guys would come into a game and play a character that took advantage of... Oh, you bastards. There you are. Stop running long enough for me to peg you. I'm hoping I hit him. Well, dumbass, get up here, Hunt. I'm hoping I hit him from this distance. If I can get a track on him, even if I only nicked him. Ooh, he didn't get far at all. I got a good shot off on him. Let the doggo find it. Come on, get your levels. You all reload the gun. Got a praiser. Oh, I could taxidermy this, but nah. I want to see. The problem is you gotta save it to see how good you hit it, which bugs me. Oh. Sacrum, coil, spinal cord, pelvis, intestine. Oh, I got that sucker through the 100%. 107.37 yards. I'm gonna taxidermy him. Oh, look at that. I got him good. Right up the pooper. Look at that. I shot him in the ass. I shot him right in the pooper. Yeah, griefers are, they're a, no, Dickie, you can't be up here. They're a, what do you call it, they're a fact of gaming. They'll exist for as long as gaming exists. All you can do is put into effect rules that make it as difficult for them as possible. Griefers existed in tabletop. Griefers existed in LARPing. The difference was it was how they did it. In tabletop, it was the guy who would never tell anybody what he really was. I'm a rogue. I'm rogue class. Okay, what's your alignment? Hi, Max. What's your alignment? Well, it's neutral. Yeah, neutral evil. And then like he's the one like halfway through the adventure, kills everybody in their sleep and robs them, and gets away with it with the excuse, "That's my character story. That's the way my character. He's neutral evil. It's what he would do." And then in LARPing, it was people who figured out, well, unlike in tabletop games, I can't be a complete douchebag and get away with it. These people are here in the real world, and they can beat the crap out of me with foam baseball bats. And kill my character. Whereas in the tabletop world, I have a better chance of getting away from them because of the way the rules are set up. So they became good guys who would join staff, who would then use their staff connections. I'm just going to run up because there's a camp up here. I just want to get to it. It's a safe point, but we'll check out the sleeping area just to get that saved, and we'll come back. I'm exploring the map because you explore the map, you find all the sleeping areas, and then you just come back and camp. Gotta go forward more. So you'd have the guys who would join staff, never blatantly break the rules, but all of a sudden, all of their friends have benefits that they shouldn't really have. All because of a staff rule or a new ruling that was come out with the last month. Or all of a sudden the storyline is getting centered on their friends. And they take bonus from that, right? That's live action role playing. That's what a griefer did in live action. So no boat here? Bastards. That's what a live action griefer would become. Would be the staff douche. And then all of a sudden when they play their main character once a month or whatever, all of a sudden, that ruling 2 months ago made my character all powerful. They're doing shit that shouldn't be able to do. They're playing character types that were heavily restricted, but all of a sudden, nope, this person can play this now because, he's on staff, so he'll do something responsible and then proceeds to, take revenge on everybody who's done his friends wrong in the last month or two, that kind of bullshit. A dick. Then in text-only MMORPGs, you had your chat douche. The guy who talk a lot of shit, be 18 zones away or whatever, across the country, and then talking shit in the chat, sit in a safe zone and talk shit, pretty much make everybody just hate them. It made Baron's chat unbearable. There's lots of different things that went wrong. And now with stuff like Redline, like GTA 5, 5M and a lot of these newer MMORPGs having, like, requiring voice channel, having a headset to use the game, right? You get, yeah, like COD. You get people screaming, you know, full-on adults getting screamed at by, you know, calling kids like that are a third their age, all kinds of nasty shit. Then you got like little 14-year-olds talking all kinds of shit, you know, to full-grown adults. And one of the things I did as a gamer, because I tend to play female characters on MMORPGs, mostly because I like staring at a girl's ass all day, not a dude's. That's just me. I would rather stare at a girl's ass all day. So yeah, and it's different, you know, than being me, or being a version of me. Because that's all Grandpa is. Grandpa's just a version of me. A slightly older version of me. And a little bit my dad. How I think my dad would react to stuff. And so one of the things I did, we had a griefer in Arcade. He came in and I was level 20, 25, brand new to the game, just made some friends, was doing daily quests to get bonus and, you know, so I could level and keep my level and get my level up faster without, like, being dragged along. 'Cause I hate doing that. I hate being dragged along by a level 50 through a dungeon. You never get to do anything. You never get to explore. You know, power leveling is something I am not a fan of. As convenient as it is, I actually enjoy exploring a game. One of the things I loved about all of the Elder Scroll games was climbing as high up into the freaking game map as I could. Like, and I mean up, I mean like climbing all the mountains, trying to get to the top of the, like, towers that were supposedly not climbable, and getting a screenshot standing on top of a building that was not supposed to be climbed. That kind of shit. Loved doing that. Loved seeing how far I could push the game graphics to get on top of a mountain and get a screenshot of it. And then, so we had this bit of a dick griefing me and a party member of mine while we were running our daily quest to get a bonus for that week. And so we called in friends, and they came and they beat the crap out of him. And he gets in the general chat, and he starts giving me shit because I called in help. I go, oh yeah, oh, you couldn't take me on your own, huh? Had to call in your friends, huh? I'm like, yeah, oh my god, the level 20 couldn't take on the level 50 and had to call in level 80s to help. Oh my god, that's so strange. That's so strange that a level 20 had to call in help, you know, to get rid of a level 50 who was abusing me. And he just would not let it go. He called me a bitch, he called me, you know, weak, all this shit. And I was playing a female character. So I'm like, alright, I'm gonna do something I did in the real world that works really fucking well. I called into question his manlyhood. I did this when I was 21. I had a kid who was a freshman when I was a senior. Me and his older brother, who was also in my class, got into a fight. I cracked 2 of his ribs. He started the fight. He bounced my head off of a locker. Tried to claim that that he tripped. Yet, if he tripped, how did his palm, and there was a full-on face, like a mark on my face. They had a photo of it and everything. Of his palm spread out as wide as he could get it, and his kid was a basketball player and a bully. On my face and my head hit the locker hard enough to cut my head. So I had blood streaming down the side of my face when they stopped the fight. And he had 2 broken lips. I had a cut earlobe, and he had 2. I bashed his floating ribs like 4 or 5 times. I know for a fact he was pissing blood for a week. But it screwed up his tryouts for basketball for college. Because he couldn't jump properly. Yeah, because you fuck up somebody's floating ribs and lower rib cage, they can't do a lot of shit. And I knew he had bruised his ribs. And I knew when I was in high school, I had to tell my vice principal, who was also a disciplinarian, and the head football coach, basketball coach, and baseball coach. Yeah, there's a good. All the bullies he's got, like, in his realm a thing, and yet he's the disciplinarian of the school. So yeah, you got to fight. You're suspended for 3 days for fighting. Okay, I didn't start the fight. What's Curtis getting? What's Travis getting? What's Mike getting? What are the guys who started fights 3-on-1? Where are they getting? Oh, they got to run laps. What? No, I'm showing up to school tomorrow. I'll run laps with them. And I fought for that, actually. I showed up to school my senior year. I started an argument that it was unfair for the kids who were being bullied by the kids on the sports teams, that they would get suspended or detentions and have it go down on their permanent record. But the bully, the one who started everything, all they had to do was run laps. So instead of staying home and being suspended, I'd show up to school an hour before school when they ran their laps. Because that's what they did. They ran laps 1 hour before school and 1 hour after school before practice started. For 3 days. That's it. And they didn't even have to run full tilt. They just had to run. They could jog. They could walk it if they wanted to. They just had to do laps for an hour. And I proceeded to do laps with them and was out running them. And counting as I'd go past them. Like, I'd lap them. Like, literally lap them while doing laps. And count. Because while I was not on a sports team, I was in martial arts. And I was a black belt my senior year. And I was teaching adults. I was also a former soccer player and could outrun most of the kids in my school. Like, I got, asked why I didn't play soccer after 5th, 6th grade. I stopped playing soccer and baseball and all that. Because I focused on martial arts. I had to. It was either martial arts or martial arts or school sports, because I couldn't do both. So I focused on school sports, or not school. I focused on martial arts. And part of martial arts, you have to be out. You ran in place for part of the black belt training is we had to for my black belt test, I had to run in place for an hour and lift my knees as high as I could. And we're talking in a room that was 110 degrees. Fucking sucked. Hated that part of the test. The endurance test was harsh, man, for the black belt test. And then we sparred afterwards, which just you're talking. We ran. You had to run in place for hours. Not hours, but for an hour. It felt like hours, but it was an hour, right? You had to run in place for an hour and then spar, because it was endurance. It was an endurance test, and it was sparring. And you did an hour of running in place. Then we did our calisthenics, which is jumping jacks, splits, all the stretching stuff, which gave you a little bit of a cool down. Then we spent an hour going. We had to do every move, every kick, punch, block, every move we knew. You had to do it 20 times in a row. So every punch that we had to know as a black belt, we had to do once 20, like I had to do a single punch 20 times, double punch 20 times, triple punch 20 times. and they're all the same punch, but you had to do each one differently because it was a different kind of it was technically a different punch. I had to do every block 20 times, every kick 20 times, and they had to be perfect. Where'd he go? I just saw his ass. And they had to be perfect. I was 16. Yeah. Took my final. We waited to take my final, because if I took my test when I was still 16, I would have had to retake it at 18. But if I took the final at 17. Yeah, if I took my final when I was 17, waited till the end of my senior year to take it and file the paperwork, I didn't have to retake the test at 18. But yeah, so my senior year, I became an asshole, like super, like confrontational with the bullies in my school, because I was done. I was done with them. I had plenty of credits to graduate. I could have walked out my second day of school and still graduated. I stayed the year because my older brother fucked up his senior year, and it was all kinds of shit going on. So to make my mother happy, I stayed my whole senior year. Didn't need to, didn't want to, but did it anyway. And, but yeah, during that year, I ended up really pissed off my bullies. So, back to the original point of the story. So, this bully and I got into it, ended up being 3-on-1. I came out I was bloody. I had a bruise, like, they bruised one of my arms. Then I cracked one kid's floating ribs. I cracked Curtis's floating ribs. Mike, I bloodied his nose with an elbow to the face. And Travis, I think I jammed his arm because I literally caught his wrist and slammed it into a locker. Like, he swung at me and I caught him by the wrist and slammed his arm forward into a locker. Because I wasn't getting beat on by one bully. It would start with one, and then the rest of the team would jump in. I was fighting 3-on-1. And I was threatened with a suspension for 3 days and possibly getting kicked out of school. And I said, what are they getting? Oh, they have to run laps. I'm here to run laps with them. Well, that's not how yes, it does. Because if that's what you're going to give the ones who started this, and it was a 3-on-1 fight, and I'm getting the shit end of the stick, no. If that's the way this is going to go, I'm going to get a lawyer. And that shut him up. And I showed up and I ran laps with him for 3 days straight. But the kid that I cracked Curtis, when I cracked his ribs, couldn't get into college on a basketball scholarship because his tryouts were a few weeks later, and the college saw him play and didn't take him because he had bruised and cracked ribs. I bruised his floating ribs and cracked a couple of them on purpose. I knew exactly where to hit him. And I had to go to the vice principal and tell him, either you call these guys off, or I'm going to make it impossible for any of them to play sports ever again. I'll go to the hospital. I'll end up probably, beat the hell and probably brain damage. Because it won't be 1-on-1, it won't be 2-on-1, it won't even be the 3-on-1 you saw. It'll be 4, 5, 6-on-1 eventually. But here's the thing. I know every single injury, and I started naming them off. Giving him a list of every injury and complaint, like half his football team played hurt. Most of his basketball players had like broken fingers and shit, and were still playing. This is the 80s, man, and 80s and 90s. Kids played hurt. It was just what you did. And I had to demonstrate. And we had it on a Saturday. Had the vice principal come to my school when I taught black belt classes on Saturdays. I taught the black belt classes. And the black belts were all like, so what do you want us to do? I said, we're going to do sparring, but let's make it look good. make it obvious that I can hurt you. So we
You
put on a
getting
bit of a
close
show.
now, sugar? Check the road along the way.
So we made it look good. I showed off. I proved that I could break and put my fist through 5 boards.
Picture something. The Delta sure won't let you forget it.
I put my foot through 6. Yeah, I should not be interacting with this.
Well, I reckon you're gonna need more than a toolbox to raise that from the dead. I'll call the power company.
Yeah, no shit. I shouldn't even be going
Can
near
you let
this
my
thing.
brother know this is gonna take a while? His name's Bodden. Jeremiah Bodden.
So yeah, we did a bit of an exhibition for the vice principal. Showed that yeah, I could really hurt people if I wanted to. And he called off the football players. He had some show up to my school to watch, and a couple of them actually eventually they joined us.
Well, Jeremiah's never been a patient soul, bless his heart. Busy as all get out, too. He must have left with his papers. I think you're just about done here. Thank you kindly for all your hard work.
How are things? Any sign of Betty's brother? Let's take this opportunity to have a little look around. He really was in a hurry to leave all this behind.
But sorry, I'm listening to the thing because it's kind of interesting.
For Aunt Betty's 60th bash tomorrow. You're welcome. May 3rd. So Betty was born on May 4th, 1961. Why does that feel oddly familiar? Oh, it's the day the Freedom Rides began. Thank you, Illinois Middle School History Curriculum. But it's not just that. I feel like I've seen that particular pattern of numbers somewhere
I
else.
put the gun away.
Oh, never mind. There's clearly nothing going on here, at least. We're gonna have to turn our attention elsewhere.
I just
Why
put
don't
a
you try doing
bullet.
some more sleuthing? Maybe retracing your steps? There must be something we've missed.
I just put a bullet in his computer. So yeah, a couple of the kids actually, like a couple of players actually came, and not my bullies, but a couple of the players who were into boxing a couple of years later remembered my school and started coming to the school to become kickboxers. And guys, I'm gonna take a break real quick. I gotta pee like a freaking. I've been drinking a lot of orange juice to try to break this fever and build my immune system up. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a break, and we'll continue.
Here's a crazy idea. Remember the keypad at the Big Game Club's lodge? 0, 1, 4, 5, and 6 were faded, and Betty's birthday is May 4th, 61. Do you think there's a... Not gonna lie, living in a wetland does have its advantages. Look at the definition on those tracks.
Sorry, guys. Give me a sec. Sorry about that. Had a bit more of a bathroom break than I intended. Oh no, I turn off the reactions because if I leave them on, they mess with my ability to see the chat properly. Like I can't mod with the damn thing in the way. Okay, wait. Anyway. What are we doing? What you want us to do? I'm gonna cook down this way, actually. If I go that way. So anyway, back to my statement before. So yeah. When I went back, because I didn't go to college right away. When I went to college, next time you're live, yep, see it. You have a good one, Perseus. But so when I went to college, I ended up running into this kid's little brother, Curtis, the one who didn't get to go to college because I broke his ribs. And his brother blamed me for ruining his life and all this bullshit. And I said, no, he ruined his own life, but, you know, believe whatever you want to believe. You know, if he hadn't been a dick, hadn't shoved me into a locker, he wouldn't have gotten, you know, punched by somebody who he's told leave the hell alone. He forgot and decided to be a dick about it, and he got, you know, he fucked about and he found out. And he got what was coming to him. So he started to give me shit at college, and you know, I barely remembered his brother. You know, it's one of these like I don't even remember your ass or your brother's ass. You guys are like, it's been 3 years, whatever. So he starts insulting me and shit, and I'm walking with a bunch of girls to my writing class. And at the time, I was trying to get with a couple of the girls, and he was pissing me off because he's sitting there walking down with 3 of his little douche bros, and these were like your typical 90s puka shell and hair gel douchebags, bullies. And so we were standing outside waiting for the professor to come out and unlock the door so we could go in, because at the community college we were going to, they left some of the doors locked because it was after hours. But because it was after, like, it was like, we had like one of the late classes. It was like the class started at like 9 p.m. and went till 11. But because of that, the community college would lock the doors. And you had to wait for the professor to show up to unlock the doors so you could go and sit down. So we're all hanging out outside, and him and his douche bros come up, and they give me shit. And I turn around from talking to the girls, finally just pissed off, and go, and I just go, and I actually have to stop walking because I have to do the hand gestures when I do this. And I just brought my hands up to either side of me. Come on, big boy, beat me, whip me, make me feel cheap. Come on, do it. Make me your bitch. Beat me, slap me, beat me, whip me, make me. Like, I love it. Just kick my ass. I love every second of it. The whole point is to unsettle his mental state. The whole point of doing that was to call into question his sexuality. Because we were pretty sure he was gay and repressing. That was the thing with the girls. Like, they gossiped, and I loved hanging out with them because they gossiped about that shit. So they were sure he was repressing. He was gay and he was repressing because he only hung out with his buddies. The 1 or 2 girlfriends he'd had, he was apparently very bad in bed. And did not do it very often. His claim was that he didn't want to end up with 3 kids like his older brother right out of high school, because he was a freshman in high school right out of he was like right out of high school into community college. Unlike me, I waited 3 years because I needed money to go to school. I couldn't afford to go on my like I didn't it was just there was a whole bunch of shit going on. So I waited to go to school. So all these kids I was in freshman year of college with were freshmen when I was a senior in high school. If they were in my high school, there was a couple that knew me from high school and were scared to death of me. I found out after I left high school that I ended up with a bit of a reputation because the stories of my fights in my senior year got blown way out of proportion and turned into these like my sister, my little sister who started high school the year after I left, started asking me like questions like, did you really do this, and this to somebody? I'm like, no. Where the hell did you hear this shit? You know, like I'm like, I never touched him. What are you talking about? Well, you know, when I started, like, so and so said you did this, you did this, you did. I'm like, I had a fight with that kid. Yeah, we had a fight. He threw the first punch. I punched back. We fought. You know, we like got pulled apart by teachers. There was an incident where a kid keyed my car, so we toilet papered his. We wrapped his car in toilet paper. And then sprayed it with water in the middle of winter, which means he had to get it sandblasted off and peeled off. He had to redo his entire paint job, peeled it down to the metal. Like, peeled all the paint off the car. It was hilarious. Had to get his windows all replaced. Because the only way to get the paper off is to, like, scrape it off or sandblast it off. It was just, it's one of the worst things you can do to somebody is TP their car, spray the toilet paper down with, not like hose it, but mist spray it. We used Super Soaker set on fan. It was back when the Super Soaker 200 first came out, and I had one. I bought it myself, and it had a fan setting, and I just pointed it up in the air, put it on fan setting, and started pumping the hell out of it. And we had figured out how to hook it up to a hose to a bunch of, like, we could hook it up to a 50-gallon bucket if we wanted to. But we just had water. We put the hose onto it and had containers full of water. And we're just going one container to the next, pumping the water into the reservoir for the gun, for the Super Soaker, and continued to spray his entire car with a mist that soaked into the toilet paper without destroying the toilet paper. And it went below freezing that night, and it froze the toilet paper to the car. And when that happens, it turns it into wood. It's like, it is very, very, very difficult to get off of metal. It's why toilet papering a house is a kind of an evil thing to do. It can peel the paint off your house, depending on where you live and the time of year. So all these stories had come out. So a number of, like, the freshmen from my alma mater, my high school, were scared to death of me. Like, I was this boogeyman from their high school. While these other kids, you know, and this kid, you know, you did this. So he had built up this idea that I was some kind of big-ass bully in high school, because he remembers me being, I was 5'9" when I graduated high school. I wasn't a big kid. But he was a freshman. He barely saw me. Compared to his brother, who was 6'2", he was not much tall. He was only like 5'9", he's only like 5'9", 5'11". When he met me, I was 6'1" and 240 pounds. And still a full-time practicing martial artist. So I was fit. And so he sees me, 6'1", bigger than his brother, physically bigger. Because his brother was a basketball player, kind of lean. But he was 6'2". He's not much taller than me. But at that point in time, 3 years later, he wasn't bigger than me anymore. In fact, I'd run into a few of my bullies from high school who said, Jesus Christ, I'm glad you weren't this big in high school. I would have never picked on you if you were this big in high school. And I'm like, really? You know, we could always go at it now. I'm sure we could, I could take some time off my job and, we could go out in the parking lot back when, when I was working at the mall and shit. And, so the whole point of turning on this guy and saying, come on, big boy, beat me, whip me, make me feel cheap. And I, literally put my hand on my hip, my right hand on my hip, turned my body so that I was facing him, but not. I turned my body into what is called a cat stance in martial arts. It's where you have your balance foot forward and your power foot back. And you're actually putting all your weight on your power foot. Is that a hog wallow? Oh, it's a rock. That's another rock. Okay. It's just rocks. So, I was actually presenting, the way I was holding my body was at what they call a cat stance. I was preparing to kick this guy straight in the gut and drop him. As soon as he came at me, I had my right hand on my right hip and my left hand up and forward so that I could throw a fake at his face to get him to raise his hands to block his face if he came at me. But I had my hand up, like effeminate. Like my wrist turned up, my palm up, and just effeminate kind of, come on, big boy, beat me, whip me, make me feel cheap. And I wiggled my ass at him. Or not at him, but wiggled my ass when I said it. What I was doing was centering my freaking gravity in my footing. Because the floors were they're tiles, so I was making sure my footing was good. The whole time, nobody knows I'm doing that. All they see is a 6'1" dude wearing dress slacks and a t-shirt and was it wintertime at that point? Yeah, I can't even remember. But I probably would have been wearing a trench coat or a heavy jacket. I had a leather duster that I wore a lot back then because it wasn't uncool at that point quite yet. And they knew I did Rocky Horror Picture Show. And because I'd taken a couple of the girls with me. We used to go to a place called New Hope, Pennsylvania every other weekend just to hang out and go see the cool Wicca shit. Because I was really into New Age stuff at that point. So there was stories. There was people believed I was gay and, whatever. Those are people who are not, no concept of culture or, any kind of diversity in their lives. And his buddies were behind him who just started laughing their asses off. Going, come on, man, come on. They started pushing him on his shoulder. Come on, kick his ass. Come on, kick his ass. And he starts backing up. And he's like, no, man, you ain't fucking worth it. You ain't fucking worth it. I ain't gonna fucking, you aren't fucking worth it. I'm like, come on, big boy, come on. We'll have a good time. Come on, kick my ass. Come on. I'm just trying to egg him on. Trying to get him to do something. Give me the excuse to, not to come at me. Because if he comes at me, then it's on him. I was over 20, I was over 18, I wasn't stupid, I was also a black belt. If I get caught in a fight and with a black belt, and I was known to be a black belt, then people, everybody where I lived knew I was a martial artist, knew I was a black belt. I taught a number of the kids in the school I was going to college at. So it wasn't like, it would have been very bad to get in a fight without making it very, very obvious that I was not the aggressor. That it was the other person, or I'd go to jail. And all I could do, I could knock him down. I could not, I would have loved to have beat the living shit out of him. But I couldn't. You can only go so far before it's considered assault, not defense. And then it becomes, because I'm a black belt, assault with a deadly weapon. That's a female. I don't care about the females. But so he backed off and left, just wandered, just walked off. The girls are laughing their asses off, and one of them, who I had a thing for, and I was kind of flirting with, and at the time I was driving her to and from classes. Sometimes I pick her up on my way from work to go to class because it was easier, because that way she didn't have to get a ride, and I really wanted to get into her pants. I'm glad I didn't, because then she ended up turning into a shit show. But she goes, "Oh my God, you, like, what the hell just happened?" She goes, "Wait, are you gay?" And I'm like, "No, I just didn't want to fight the idiot." So I gave him an out. I made it, I made it like seem like I'd enjoy it, so he'd walk away. And that I've done that in a few different ways. I've done that in a few different ways where they just walk away because it unsettles them. And for this guy on Ark who jumped us and then started talking shit in the general chat about how I was a pussy and how like I had no balls and like what kind of gamer am I that I can't defend myself. I had to call in help. And like, oh yeah, beating up on a level 20 when you're level, 50, you're a big man. I see it. I'm gonna get that dappled one. I think I got him. But I didn't get him. I scared the shit out of him. Run, piggies! Run! But, so... I love how the hound is just running ahead of me. Nothing? Did I miss? I had to have hit him. What's that? Ooh, gator. Shit. Okay, load your gun. There's gator over here. This is not a pig wall. This is a gator nesting zone. I seriously missed that pig. So anyway, after the whole incident where the kid like jumped us and beat our characters up, and we called in a couple of level 80s who came and kicked his ass, and him going in the general chat and smart assing and talking shit, I decided to bait him because he was being an asshole and a bit dickish about it. He was being a troll. He was being a griefer. So I was told by the level 80s, hey, see. I missed. I'm pissing off that gator. Dude, you're so slow with reloading that gun. I could do it in less time than that. And I'd peg it down 2 or 3 times more. Jesus Christ, you're slow. And you should be able to do that on a walk. Did I hit it? Did I even come close? But so, I was asked by the level 80s to try to bait the guy. Get the guy to come after me again. Because they wanted to kill him. They wanted to, like, beat him down repeatedly. To teach him a lesson. So, I started, anytime I'd log in, I started asking if he was online. and asking if my big daddy was around, you know, who beat me and spanked me so hard the other night and made me feel so good. And I was just laying it on thick, and I was playing a female character. The dude is like having, like, he would respond, but in direct messages. And I would not respond to him except for in general chat. So in the general chat, he's talking shit about how, you know, it's really fucked up if you're talking this way, especially if you're a dude. Are you a dude, man? Are you a dude? It's like, oh, come on, baby. You know how I like it. Come over here and beat me. You know you love to do it. Come and beat me. Make me feel cheap. Come on, big boy. And it unsettled him so much. It made him feel so uncomfortable. He quit the server. And people are like, dude, you know, like, what the hell was that? I go, what? Because you just creeped that dude out, just, like, seriously. Like, he's like talking, getting you banned. I'm like, why? Because because a low-level character is asking a high-level character to come and spank him? Well, yeah, I'm like, and one of them admins, like, would they, well, I haven't been talked to by the admins. And they're like, really? I go, nope. They haven't said a damn thing to me. As well, okay, well, he's quit the server now because I guess they're doing nothing. And I'll do the same thing in any game I play. If I'm in a game and somebody's being a bully, somebody's being, like, if it's not character driven, if it's not like Opie, who who likes doing, like, you know, it's not Opie, it's not, I mean, I even give, there are people like Dr. Fear.
Gotta be hiding something around here.
There's Dr. Fear, there's a couple of them that, like, love fucking with other players.
Try 050461. I knew it. Well, gotta give them some credit. It is marginally better than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're in. But look, leave everything the way you found it, okay? Just take a quick look around and go. And make sure you're armed. Not saying anything's gonna happen, but I wouldn't want to cross Jeremiah Bodden or Wright Bingham in a hurry.
Didn't I have I swore I had a revolver. Didn't I have a revolver? Where's my weapons wheel? The thing I gotta stop doing is shooting a goddamn gun when I do have a revolver, I just don't have it on me. We'll switch to the shotgun. But, so, I'll piss off people. I don't care. Yeah, I'm too damn old to care. In all honesty, it's not a, you know, if you're gonna be a dick, you're gonna get it back. You know, you're going to get the attitude you give. It's why I like Clutch. It's why I like a number of players. I like Teddy. Teddy's cool. Yeah, I love a lot of the characters because
Steve Ernie's briefcase.
They give the attitude they get.
Their meetings.
Really? At a meeting table upstairs in their club. Honestly, I had no idea.
A floor plan? For what? Stock? Sounds like a factory or a warehouse. What's a hunt club doing messing around with stock? Can you grab a photo of this? I don't really get it, but maybe we can piece it together once you get out of there.
Camera is P.
You like your footsteps? Go, get out fast.
That ain't gonna happen.
The cotton field. Oh my God. Go.
You've finally shown your true colors, Miss Davis. Took you long enough.
We weren't. You're trying to get Camp Haven shut down. What choice do we have?
Well, sugar, maybe your mama never taught you to respect other people's property. But if you think you can put your own gain above the welfare of this community, you got another thing coming. That dog don't hunt.
This dog does, though.
And that meddling lackey of yours, such a waste of talent.
Call your men off, Mrs. Tackett. This isn't funny.
You just waltzed in here with a twinkle in your eye and gobbled up our land, didn't you? Goddamn Yankee transplant. We're just doing what we need to do to ensure our club survives. You understand, don't you? Do you need my boys to make you understand?
I bought that land fair and square, Betty. And don't you call me an outsider. My family worked these same fields long before you were born.
And then they up and quit the place. Bless your heart, girl. You ain't got the faintest idea of how things work around here. Why don't you just... The hell is that?
Enough is enough, Betty. Call off your men and tell them to take down the rest of the tapes.
That's not. We ain't set up any tapes anywhere close to here.
Then it must be something else.
Well, it's none of my concern. Now listen, this is your final warning. Don't let me hear about you causing any more trouble for the BGC, or there'll be hell to pay.
There, I think they're gone. Not gonna lie, that scared the hell out of me. Betty's not the kind of woman you want to make an enemy of. Let's stop for a
Crazy
minute
cracker
and
lady?
consider this.
Yeah, no.
So look, there's something going on here, and it's not just Betty convincing some kids that Mississippi Acres is haunted. The rogue gator thing earlier, the noises we heard just now, that floor plan. There's an abandoned paper mill not far from here, just across the river bend. Maybe we'll find some answers there. It wouldn't surprise me if Bodden and Bingham are still skulking around, though. Can you wait until dusk?
Did I hit it? I hit it. Hey, Mikey. Look, I'm hunting a Jonathan. I told Mike, I told you probably had a two-step verification on your freaking Discord. I told him we can't get in. Look, it's Jonathan. The dog's name is Jonathan. So I'm in Mississippi getting shot at by a bunch of rednecks. No, no, no. The dog's name is Jonathan. I named it Jonathan. Look, see? Jonathan, he's level 14. Let me guess, Mikey, you got two-step verification on your phone for your Discord? Get your ass over here, stupid. Michelle Perks, trophies, laundry, hunting dog. Very attention, and I gotta get him content. But we're in Mississippi. We're dealing with a bunch of idiot rednecks getting shot at because we're staying on their land. It's typical. I can understand that. I've been like, I got like a summer cold, air conditioner cold that I'm finally getting over with a lot of medications. I really gotta clean my air conditioners. But I get my new headset tomorrow, so hopefully I can get back to playing Alex. I got a pig earlier, shot it right in the pooper. Like, it was like straight up the ass. It was hilarious. If you go back in my stream, I actually show this, I have the x-ray of it. You can see it goes right in the butt. It's like, oh wow. I mean, I thought I broke its back. Oh, Jesus. Well, I hate saying it's that time of year, but it's that time of year with the weather and like with the heat and everything. People do stupid shit, and like you lose older folks and you lose stupid people. Oh, I think I put it up its old hole because I blew out I destroyed its kidneys and shit. Like I put it like right through the liver and everything, right through the lower intestines, all of it. And there's a 58 caliber round, so there's a muzzle loader round. I should really use, what is it, 7? Nope. 6? Nope. 5? Nope. 8? Nope. 9? Nope. But yeah, it was a muzzle loader round right up the pooper. I just heard another gator. Did that hiss grunt. I know! I'm looking for it. There it is. Oh, he's coming out of the water. Where are you at? See this freaking tall grass over here. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Definitely Jonathan. Okay, guys, let's move on. Boy, what are you doing out here in the water? Get out of the water, idiot. Freaking raccoon. But anyway, Mikey, we were discussing, like, dealing with bullies in gaming. And I always find the best way to deal with the bullies is to make them seriously uncomfortable sexually. Yeah, Michael, we gotta get you a computer, because if we could get you on a computer, you could probably log into your into your Discord and get your account back if you got that stupid two-step verification on it. Because through the computer, you can turn it off. It's easier to log in to the computer than the phone with Discord if you've lost your phone. Well, I'm talking like somebody says, I'm going to kick your fucking ass. And, you know, if you just turn it around on them and go, okay, baby, come on, beat me, whip me, make me feel cheap. You know, make it literally, if it's guy to guy, if they aren't, you know, if they aren't gay, you know, there are guys who are bullies who are gay. But I always found, like, the macho man, like, bullies that I've dealt with all my life, you know, in and out of my life, the internet bullies. If you start having them where it questions their sexuality, where their preferences, if they perceive themselves to be like a stud or whatever, What are you growling at? You know, you can really, if you can unsettle them mentally, you win. 95% of the time. You don't even have to fight. Where the hell am I supposed to be going? Okay, wait. Go. Mission log. Wait till night falls. Yeah, but I'd like to be going to where I'm going. Where is it on the map? What time is it anyway? 6 o'clock. I'm just wandering at this point. That's a gator. It's not the dog. The dog's way the frick over there. Come on, you. You boy, you can just sit your ass down over here somewhere. Thank you. Yeah, it's not a good idea for me to be hunting these things after dark out down by the swamp edge. No, I haven't seen. Honestly, Mikey, I haven't seen Clutch in a couple of days. Counting today. Like yesterday, I didn't see him at all. I should really check my Discord and see if he's messaged me. Damn it. Wrong button. They did a good job on the clouds and everything for this. I can't carry it. Can only carry 20 pounds. uses hollow point air rifle pellets.
It's probably dark enough now. I'll mark the mill on your hunter mate. And Rookie, can you bring a weapon? Just in case. And this isn't an excuse to do anything stupid. I trust you.
It won't let me carry the dog biscuits? Oh, come on. Good dog. Why won't you let me... I can move the scent. Why won't it let me move the biscuit? Oh, excuse me. There we go. Alright, let's go do something stupid. crap, how do you turn the headlamp on? System. Keybinds. Track. Jump camera phone. Fire. Aim. Reload. Reese. Headlamp is L. Of course it is. Where am I going? You stay over there, Mr. Bull Gator thing. One, you should be using a triple tap for the muzzle loader, not a single slide down the barrel. But you know, realism, you know, and all that. I really should not be chasing after this gator. Okay, well, let's go. is one of those times where I wish I actually had a gator. And I don't mean like, you know, an actual gator. I mean like the Gator four-wheeler gator. Piggy? Deer. Oh, there's a piggy. Dickie, stop. 300 yards away, we're hearing all kinds of noise. Am I a shit shot? I'm a shit shot.
Those weird noises again. They're definitely coming from inside. Do you see a way in?
Nope. Hey, Christopher.
Someone's been making use of this place since it got shut down. Hell, that was a decade ago. Can you see okay? Don't be afraid to get out your flashlight. Ugh, I don't want to know what that is.
It's a gator.
How? What is going on here? Remember that floor plan? This is definitely the same layout.
They're
Did
raising
Betty know
gators.
about this? Alligator eggs. And there's one of those heaters. Were they incubating? There's been a lot of flooding in Louisiana the past few years, and that drives up the price of gator eggs across the board. Zoos and farms there will buy them for $70 a pop. Tanned alligator hides. This is poaching. Oh my God, you poor thing. Look at the food it left behind. It must be sick. I think you're gonna have to end its suffering. We can't in good conscience release an ill alligator into the wild.
You're shitting me.
Thank you. We do what we do because we love animals, right? I need to talk to Betty. 1 minute, I'll bring her up on speakerphone.
I'm not gonna get credit for the
Hi
kills.
again. We've sourced those noises we heard earlier to the old paper mill on the outskirts of Mississippi Acres. Care to explain what you're doing there?
What we're doing there? Care to explain what you mean by that?
I've just sent you a photo our counselor took in your headquarters. It's a floor plan for the mill. And that noise we heard earlier? A sick alligator confined to a pen. You're poaching, aren't you?
We are doing no such thing. I'll admit I haven't been to many meetings lately, what with my neck and all, but the boys... No. No, they wouldn't. They just said they wanted somewhere to hunt whitetail.
To bring more money in, right? Well, gator poaching's mighty lucrative, Mrs. Tackett.
You're telling me those boys have been sneaking around behind my back the whole time? And I'm the damn chairwoman. They do nothing without my approval.
Yeah,
I swear,
sure,
if my brother was involved in this, I'll pitch a fit. It ain't easy work, this. And some of them are a little old-fashioned, don't like taking orders from a woman. Even if the club's been in her family for 4 damn generations.
I'm sure the local papers would be happy to get a hold of this story, Mrs. Taggart.
Look, let me sort it out. I promise you we'll let you keep your summer camp. Hell, we'll sponsor it if you like.
That's all right. But it sounds like we have a deal. You tell your boys to clear out of the mill and release the hatchlings back into the wild. I'll keep quiet about this as long as you leave Camp Haven alone.
What are you doing, stupid?
And let's keep up our flood relief work.
Agreed. Sorry about the trouble, y'all. You take care now.
What a week. I knew Camp Haven would have its challenges, but this... Nature hasn't been kind to us this year, and if people aren't either, it makes it damn difficult to survive out here. Of course we're invested in our history. It's who we are, what we've been through. But we can't forget our future, either. Preparations for our next summer camp session are pretty much complete now. So as long as you've brushed up on your firearm safety and know how to fill out an injury report, you're good to go. When our homes are flooded and people and animals are displaced, all we have is each other. I'll contact you if there's anything else. We've got to learn to live together out here. I hope Betty's beginning to come round to that. I wonder if she can make the rest of the BGC see sense. Oh, and thank you. I'm sure you thought I was crazy first time I mentioned the strange noises, but you stuck it out. And if not, we've got the whole summer to plan our next move, right, Rick? It means a lot to me.
Where'd they jump my ass to? Hey, Andy Blood. Oh, it's a hunting game. You go to different locations and do stuff, but at each location there's some kind of bullshit going on. Like, here, they had a bunch of locals stealing eggs, gator eggs, and catching gators and breeding them and selling them, which is illegal. You can't do that. So basically, you're just out hunting. Do I level up at all? Perks? None? I'm gonna mark that one. Whatever's available. It can be anything from rabbit to deer to gator. And I hate to do this, guys, but I gotta pee again. I'll be right back. Actually, Andy, yes, it does have quests and missions. Yeah, second. Tomorrow, the post office delivers my new headset, my new wireless headset, and I can get back to streaming more regularly. Okay, so the game is based around hunting. You go to different. I can show you actually. So you have mission logs. You just go down. You just go do the different quests. And I have a trophy lodge. Let's go to my lodge. Because I'm gonna put the boar that I think I can put my boar up. The boar I shot through the asshole. That's my hunting lodge. Once I go through this, I'm probably gonna call it, guys, because I am tired. I didn't expect to be playing for this long. Okay, so this is my hunting lodge. Pretty. I got my ram. Get my deer on the wall. I'm trying to see. I think up there so you can put your different like mounts. I think up here I can put a boar. Black bear. Do I have a stuffed black bear? Do not have a stuffed black bear. Close. Okay. I might like turkey. Could have sworn there was a coyote, mallard, wild boar. There we go. Any trophies that are placeable here? Really? Close. Close. I could have sworn. Trophy manager. I knew I got a wild hog. Trophies. Oh, it's a wild hog, not a wild boar. So, that's a wild boar. I gotta find the wild hog. Two different kinds of animals. Ring-necked pheasant, roe deer, black bear, turkey, coyote. I can put up different trophies around the house. There's different bedrooms. Washer and dryer set up. Needs to be balanced properly. I wouldn't keep the firewood in there. It's a bit of a fire hazard. Firewood should be in here. Or outside. Nice kitchen. I like the kitchen. Come outside. We got a jacuzzi. Great view too. I love the view. Cool barbecue. I like the fire pit. A little odd that there's a ladder right here, but you know. Just the idea of having a ladder outside near, like, where you go look at bedrooms has me a little. Wait a second, because honestly, you know a lot of people with guns, and getting caught checking out somebody's daughter or wife It would be a bad situation, I think. I can't believe I can't put my boar up. Can I change this one? Blacktail. Moose, rare roe deer, fair, European bison, Canadian goosegiz, black bear. I really should mount one of my black bears. Both those. Okay. Okay. Save harvest white-tailed deer buck. Black bear. Taxidermy. Taxidermy. Let me taxidermy. Why can't I taxidermy this one? Okay, back. Can I put the grizz up there? Wait, put the grizz there. Yeah. We got the grizz there now. But yeah, you complete missions, like, and then you can go to other locations. Like, they have different map. Yeah, different locations you can go to. I think I have all the DLCs. I didn't mean to click on it. I think I've done this map before. Yeah, I've already started doing this map. Okay. Total reserve, okay. So I can go to Russia. I don't have that DLC. I don't have the Southern Alps. New Zealand. I don't have. Oh, I do have the New Zealand one. We're going to New Zealand, folks. We're going to Clutch's hometown. Oh, home country. We're going to New Zealand, where American hunters transported a lot of deer and other wildlife and redwoods in an attempt to create like another hunting, like a hunting preserve for themselves. It's kind of, you know, it's a very American thing.
Kia ora. No mai haere mai ki Aotearoa. Welcome to New Zealand and to Te Awaroa National Park. This little slice of paradise is teeming with creatures big and small, and more adventures than you'll find on any movie screen or storybook. Now I've lived out here in the Wop-Wops all my life, and never wanted for anything else. In fact, it's practically in my blood. This place and my family go way back. Things have been a little tricky lately, though. It's fast becoming somewhere I don't recognize anymore, and I don't like it. That's why I dragged you out here, Hoa. With your help, we're gonna wean ourselves off outside money and make Te Awaroa model for sustainability the entire South Island can get behind.
I think this is on the other island in New Zealand. From I think Clutch is on the North Island of New Zealand. Because there's 2 islands in New Zealand. If we got our hunting doggy with us. Where's Jonathan? Jonathan!
Let's get moving. Glad to see you've arrived in one piece. Josh is my nephew. He just got his license, and I swear that kid spends more time with his hands on the radio dials than on the steering wheel. I hope he didn't talk your ear off. I've had to rely on him a lot lately since my legs started acting up again. I was planning to head out and meet you today, but here I am at home, propped up on 5 kinds of pillows. Ah, doctor's orders. Anyway, that's enough chit-chat from me. Head over to the outpost marked on your hunter mate and let's get you started. I hope you had a chance to spend some quality time on your own before I rang you up. Your mate, Alejandra, said the 2 of you were here on holiday? She had nothing but praise for you, by the way. Said you almost single-handedly turned things around for her in Cuatro Colinas. Well, naturally I have pretty high expectations, but let's take our time getting to know each other first. I'll admit that it wasn't just her recounting your heroic antics that made me pick up the phone. She said you were, and I quote, stoic, practical, and probably born out in the bush somewhere. Just what I was looking for, in other words.
Except I'm American, you know. I don't think I'm heading to the right one, but I don't care. I will say, I do hope Clutch is okay, because I have not heard from him in a day or two. Which does worry me a little bit. Give me half a second, I gotta get my... This game is a weird one where you can't just Windows tab out, you gotta Alt tab. And it doesn't actually leave the game, it leaves off the game. And then you gotta go back in and double, it's just...
You know what a track is? Evidence you're not alone out there. Humbling, eh?
Okay. I just want to see what these look like inside these, because it's going to be interesting. Standard cot. You switch it to a ghillie suit. No clue why, I'm just doing it. Interesting lookout design. It's like a silo with a house on top. It's like a silo or a windmill. A windmill that they decided to put like a house on top of. Or a lighthouse without the light. I wonder how accurate these are. Because in New Zealand, it's actually heavily populated. Yeah, it's literally a house on top of the. Because New Zealand is heavily populated by Norwegians, so you got a lot of like Norse mentality. Like they're heavily influenced like seagoing peoples. People who are very who would consider like a lighthouse an obvious method to create a lookout with. That would be the obvious design, or a windmill with your Danes, your Danish style. I wouldn't mind a house up here like this, but I wouldn't, of course, I'd want several floors. Then I have the whole, I'm a wizard, Harry, kind of bullshit going on in my brain, and who, I'd love to have, like, an entire tower house. There's no way I'm hitting that shit. Pretty sure I missed.
Shemmy, is it? Little fellas will make you work for 'em. They're sharp as with top sensors, and you better believe that once they spot you, they'll be out of there over tricky terrain before you can say, go to antelope.
Ooh, I hit the bastard. Oh, I got him good. I hit it. Yeah. Interesting. I hit it low. How to kill it? That's a question. Alright, let's go to the location we're supposed to be going to. But it is, I hit like liver, that kind of thing, so it bled out. The fun thing is they got gators here. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Let's see. Doesn't tell you the animals that are in the area. Gotta assume there's gators. If I remember correctly, Jonathan Clutch did say that they had gators in New Zealand. They didn't see a lot of them in where he's at, but that doesn't mean they don't put them here in the game. They're not gators, crocodiles. They don't have gators in New Zealand, Australia. They have crocodiles. Saltwater crocodiles, so there's that. And freshwater croc. But they have crocodiles. I think. I just saw them all running away.
Fallow deer aren't perhaps the most glamorous animal on offer in the reserve, but trophy lovers the world over go mad for those palmated antlers. If you're after one, stay down. You've keen eyesight and flee quickly. Excuse me.
They're fucking gone. Oh, whoever joined, thank you for joining.
Not far now.
We're in New
We
Zealand.
built these outposts in the early 90s. We got the works, repurposed materials, solar roofs, rainwater tanks. That was back when people used to just call you a hippie. Now everything's sustainable. Clean, green, eco-friendly. Hippies. Ha! Try trailblazers.
It was not a snort.
And
That
good
was
for the
a
environment doesn't have to mean
guffaw.
bad for your back. It's pretty cozy inside. Go on, take a look.
Meanwhile, the other one I went up to is a trailer with a cot. Excuse me for a second while I blow my nose. Okay, I should be back, so...
See, we got company. That'll be Josh's doing, the brat. I told him to leave things be, but I guess he couldn't resist. Anyway, maybe it's just as well you get used to it. I'll fill you in later. Right, mate? See that camera on the table? Strap it to your chest and let me explain what exactly you're here for. There's a lookout tower not far away, so you can head up there and get a sense of the place while I flap my gums. Nice and tight now. Wouldn't want it coming off right when you've got a shot lined up.
Oh, you're not taking me back to that stupid... I was just there. Yeah, they're Norwegian and Swede and Danes that colonize part of New Zealand, so they've got stories about trolls. That's what's up with the troll and the... Syrian turkey. Hoping I can catch it out wandering. Should be over here. You know, a lot of people don't realize is turkeys can actually fly. Not for long distances, but they can actually fly. We got us a turkey dinner. Look at you. You get a cookie. You get a cookie. If you're a good doggy. All right, 116 yards. 120 yards, 30-06 shot. These are ant hills of some kind. No, European rabbit. Like I said, they brought a lot of wild game to New Zealand. Turn it into almost a game preserve, because it was a much better place than in Australia. But Americans and Europeans did it. Try to make a hunting country. Americans brought redwood trees and replanted redwoods there. same. Wait, is that a Power Ranger? Or a Ninja Turtle? Oh, jeez, I'm starting to sneeze again. Okay.
So, the plan. I want to turn this place into a year-round retreat for hunters like you and Alejandra. So I don't spend most of the year worrying about whether our native plants are going to get overrun by deer again. There's a lot of filmmaking talent out here, and it hasn't been put to good use lately, if you ask me. So we're going to make it commercial, show the world there's more to New Zealand than hunter and halflings. And who better to demonstrate the thrill of the chase than an experienced hunter like yourself? The Alwador's prime was back in the 80s. Most of the other hunters out here are equally long of tooth. We need someone young, new, dynamic. You. The camera will do most of the work, so you just have to make sure it's on when you head out to hunt. We have a couple of strategic locations on our list to get through. But let's get you that view first.
Yeah, that's the other problem. Is like Americans and Europeans brought in all kinds of wildlife: rabbits, deer, turkeys. Because turkeys are not. Yeah, let's see. The only other, I think America is the only. Let me see something here. Where are turkeys native to? Yeah, turkeys are only native to the Americas. Specifically North America. There are some in Mexico, but yeah, but it's mostly North America and Mexico. They've only, yeah. Miriam. Yeah, if they're a Miriam turkey, they're brought from the Rocky Mountains. So yeah, it's we transplanted a lot of American, the European, like the British Royals, and the Americans brought a lot of wildlife to New Zealand before they realized it was a bad idea, because there's no natural predators for half the shit. Like, if you watch Clutch's streams and when he talks about hunting, he talks about, like, having to kill animals that like hedgehogs and stuff. And people are like, oh my god, why would you kill a hedgehog? It's so pretty, blah, 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 blah. And it doesn't do nothing except that, they are not a native species. They're an invasive species to New Zealand. Same with rabbits and frogs in
There's the lookout tower.
In Australia. Rabbits and frogs, there's a kind of frog, and jackrabbits and rabbits in Australia are not native. They cause plagues. Like they're like a swarm plague, like a locust kind of plague where they overbreed. Like, it's considered completely fine. They shoot them any time of year all year long. because they can't kill them back quickly like enough. They invariably overpopulate, and they have no native.
Just take that in. Spectacular, isn't it?
They have no
This
native.
eastern area is all rolling hills and conifers. There's a line of mountains in the center of the reserve, and native beech forest, and a lot of rain on the other side.
But yeah, there's a lot of animals that were brought
So remember Josh's little prank?
to the New
This
Zealand.
place doesn't receive a lot of government funding, unfortunately, and a couple of years ago we were running out of money for field research, and the outposts were in need of sprucing up. So I guess you could say we made a deal with the devil, the Hollywood devil to be exact. Long story short, they've just wrapped up filming for the final movie they were contracted to do. Some fantasy thing, shiny blade or shimmering dagger or something. Now let me check. Ah, resplendent sword. I'll send you the blurb they gave me. My nephew tells me it's a big deal, but I'd certainly never heard of it before this. Yeah, as nice as it is that Te Awaroa's beauty is up on the silver screen for all to see, it's come with its share of problems, to say the least. The bigwigs left in a hurry, and we got left with a bunch of basically intact movie sets scattered here and there all over the reserve. Well, I'm telling you all of this because Josh just rang me up and said that he spotted another set on his way back. Not far from where I wanted you to try filming your first hunt. Could I trouble you to go clear it out? We can't run the risk of any of the props from the film featuring in our footage. Cheers.
But guys, I'm going to leave it here. I had not planned to stream this late. I am actually quite burned out, tired. As I said, I'm dealing with a summer cold, a head cold from the air conditioner. I call them air conditioning colds or head colds or whatever you want to call it. But I'm having, like, it's focus issues. So I'm going to end the stream here. It has been fun. Oh, excuse me. But I keep sneezing and I keep having to get up and go pee because of all the medications I took. So you guys have a good night. Thank you for joining. Thank you for staying. And thanks again for showing up. And hopefully over during this weekend, I will get my new headset and I'll be able to do Redline more consistently again. I won't feel like self-conscious about the mic cutting out on me and shit. Other than that, you guys have a good one. Thanks again for coming. Bye.